Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. I just realized that my microphone is not on, so let's take care of that first before we do anything else. Oh, there we go. Make sure that you guys can hear me talking. Uh, there we go. Perfect. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? That's much better. Now you can hear me, chewing and stuff too, which is exactly what you all want. Hello and welcome in to some surprise sprints. We got a question this morning. Hey, will there be more sprints than what's on the schedule? Because we're looking for more sprints to join. And I was like, you know what? I'm just sitting here, frogging granny squares, reading, eating a pound of beef jerky. So why not? So yeah, we're gonna do some more sprints. Tomorrow night will be mega sprints with Ati and I, and then on Saturday, we might do some too, so we'll think on that, but just wanted to give you guys some more opportunities here. So tonight, the goal for me personally is maybe to finish this behemoth. Oh my god. Team Obsidian Order, you voted for me to read this, and my main question is, what the hell? This is enormous. I'm currently about 35% through. I have switched to reading on my Kindle because obviously that's too big of a book for me to hold. I already have carpal tunnel. My wrist literally hurts from holding the book. So we've switched to reading on my Kindle. I do normally read on my Kobo. However, I got this arc before I had my Kobo and it's already archived, so I couldn't put it on Kobo, so it was only on Kindle. But I did dress up my Kobo today. Purple theme. Everything about my Kobo is purple. So we dressed her up. An anti-AI sticker. Good girl. A tarot card that says the Fool. And look, it's just you guys. And some cute little stickies here. Diverse books matter. So dressed up our Kobo, but we're reading on Kindle today. I have custom Kindle cases, and I'm kind of mad that I have a Kobo now because I can't put my custom Kindle cases on my Kobo. But we're going to be reading on that. I will be crocheting some random granny squares just because it's something to do, but this one I did not have as much yarn as I thought. I'm one side away from having enough yarn to finish this, so I'm just going to redo it and have my stitches a little bit tighter so that I have enough to finish, which will make for a really tension-filled granny square, but you know what? That'll be fine. So yeah, I am just reading. We will sprint for a while tonight. I have, according to my Kindle, 5.5 hours left on Mother of Death and Dawn, which is the book that I'm reading. And I don't know that I will be able to sprint long enough for 5.5 hours of sprinting alone, but we are going to do our best. And maybe we'll just speed Libby up quite a bit. We'll just see how fast we can go, because I'm also listening on Libby. So that's the plan for today. All right. I know that there's several of you in the chat, so let's take a look there. Somebody messaged me on Discord? Nope. All right. So we have Glenda here. Hello, hello. Reading The Heirs by Farida Abike Yamide. I did look up how to pronounce that because I have the same book on my shelves. So please let me know how you're enjoying The Heirs. And also reading The Ladies' Hall by Vanessa Miller. Excellent. Go around the Enigma. Go Obsidian Order. Beck is here. Hey, Beck, how are you? You're welcome for doing more sprints. Like I said, I wasn't really doing anything. So I did just go to my local dirty soda shop, and I don't like dirty sodas because I don't like dairy in non-dairy things, and in my brain soda is a non-dairy thing. So there's this cute little new shop called the Tackle Box, and they do dirty sodas and ice cream and stuff, and I got an energy drink thing. I didn't realize that energy drinks were such a violent color of green, so that's news to me. It's good though. It is very yummy. I do like that. But trying to finish my audio of Nine-Tailed Fox so I can get into the ALC of Immortal Rose. Yay! Oh, congrats on being approved for that. I've heard a lot of people getting very excited. That's the one by Alexandra Bracken. And go Crimson Coven. or go Obsidian Order. Either or. But yay. Peyton's here. Hey, Peyton. 91% into an auction of souls and hoping to finish it today. Ooh, we would love finishes today. We definitely want to celebrate as many finishes as we can get. And Glenda says hey to Beck and Peyton. Hello back to Glenda. Jamie's here today. Hey, Jamie, what are you reading? I know that you're always reading 800 things at once, but what do you happen to be reading today? Let us know. I frogged this and I put all the yarn on this side, and I need the yarn to be on this side, so excuse me while I just move all my yarn over. I have a ton of leftover yarn from a project that I did. I was in, fun fact, I act in local theater, and I was in the Diary of Anne Frank, and I was Meep Geese, and one of the, in the play, on Knits for Otto Frank, technically, knits him a scarf out of like leftover yarn. And so I bought a bunch of random oldish looking yarn colors from thrift stores and stuff to knit this scarf. And I can only use a little bit of each color because it's supposed to be from like leftovers, which means I have full skeins of all of these colors left. So I'm just doing random granny squares and whatever colors we've got, all the same size, and then I'll put them all together in just a random patchwork blanket. Ash is here. Hey, Ash, how are you? What are you going to be reading today? Welcome in and let us know what you're going to be working on. I have just realized that I am doing something really weird here, but that's fine. Cool. But yeah, welcome in. Jamie says hello to friends and to Glenda. Glenda says hi back. Jamie is at 81% in my anthology arc. Yay! So I should finish soon. Also added another movie to my list for next year's Gay Shit Readathon from the Salman Rushdie story in the arc. Oh. So it's like it's a story in an anthology that was already made into a movie. But did this anthology come out already? Or did the movie predate the story? Let me know. Ash says, I would like to get under 100 pages left in Love Me, Stalk Me before I go to sleep. All right. Okay, so you're looking to get down to the less than 100 pages left mark. Got it. Elena is here. Hello. How are you? Oh, well, you're good. Perfect. Glenda says hey to Elena. Jamie says you could also do the center of the granny square in a different color to get enough yarn for that last side. I could. All my yarns are a slightly different weight. I'm combining them into the same blanket, but I do want to keep the same weight within each square. And actually, I think this is the only yarn that I have in this weight. I think a couple of the others do like match, for lack of a better term, but I've already frogged it. It's too late. Sylvix is here. Hello. Welcome back to the stream. Still working on Fairy Tale, but hopefully we'll finish either tonight or tomorrow night. You and me both. Fairy Tale was also an extremely large book. That is a chonky friend as well. I'm just really bitter because my team was like, hey, Allie, start off the month by reading the 2 longest arcs you have. And I'm like, why did you all do this to me? There's only one chunky arc that I have, like, over 700 page arc that I have left on my list, and I don't know that I'm going to make it in this month with that one. It's Wild Reverence by Rebecca Ross, and that is a thick book. I don't know that I'm going to make it to that one. Elena says, I'll be reading Hell Hath No Fury by Annette Dashoffi. Nice. And hello back to Glenda. Renee is here. Welcome in, Renee. I am not reading. I am working. I'm coding, so it could be worse. Go Team Obsidian Order. Woo! What kind of coding work do you do? What do you do in tech? Let me know, because I also work in tech. I am a software implementation solutions engineer and would love to know what you do. I cannot code per se. I don't have a desire to do that. But I can speak a language or two, and then I implement Salesforce specifically. Peyton says, I agree about dirty sodas. My brain says soda and dairy absolutely cannot mix. It's the same for me with like alcoholic drinks. I'm like, people will say, what's a good example? Like a White Russian. You know what? Not for me. No, thank you. Beck says it's Alexandra Bracken. Perfect. Jamie says, I can do an old-fashioned ice cream soda, which is ice cream and soda, but just putting cream or milk in soda is not nice. I agree. I agree. Renee says, in other news, my X-Files Lego set came in today. Yay! And Jamie says, not quite a story in the anthology in which a character is watching a cult classic French film while his mom is asleep, a game film called The Wounded Man, L'Homme Blessé, which is probably flawlessly pronounced, from 1983. Got it. Understood. And Renee says, right now I'm coding, but my day job is a product owner, so you get to boss people around. But you have the skills to do what they do, which is great, so you actually understand what they're doing. I love that. Annette says, welcome, Annette. Says, hello, fearless leader, or fearful if you've, yeah. Hello to everyone in chat. Annette is talking about the anthology that I have on my list, which is Never Whistle at Night, Part 2, Back for Blood, which is a horror anthology. And if you're asking yourself, didn't Allie say that? Yes, she did. So then your next question might be, why did Allie request a horror arc? It's a great question. I'd love to have a definitive answer for you. I don't. And so I will be a fearful leader when I start that book. I am nervous, but I really do want to read it because I am a huge fan of supporting Indigenous authors. I've been working on reading significantly more Indigenous authors this year. And I've heard great things about the first edition of the anthology. So we're just gonna read it during the daylight hours. What I should do is I should just set a goal of reading like one little story a day in the morning or something. Because that scares the shit out of me. Although some of them are like the horrors of just being Indigenous and living in today's world, which is valid. So maybe not quite as like knife killer coming to get me kind of thing. So whatever. A couple of reminders as we get started today. I will start sprinting in just a couple minutes here, but just a couple of reminders that first, if you have not already, go and submit some points for sprinting. Anytime that you either join Sprints Live or if you watch a recording back, you do get points for this. So make sure that you go to the submission form in Discord. It is under important links. And then all you do is just say, hey, sprint/video bonus. Say, I joined a sprint and I commented in the chat, and then post the link and you're good. So definitely go do that. Earn your team some points. It is an extremely easy way to earn points. Also, anytime you engage with any host content at all, you can earn points for that too. If you go to any host's content on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Threads, Substack, etc., if you leave a comment, then you can take that video or that post and submit it as a sprint video bonus. It's under sprint/video, I think. And you can just submit that too, something that you commented on. So for example, I've actually been posting on Instagram this week. Crazy. Same with TikTok. If you went and commented on any of those, each and every individual video you can submit to earn team points. It's a super easy way to do it, and it helps support our hosts that put their time and effort into hosting the event for you. So it's a great way to support them. And then other reminders, if you are joining today's sprints with me, hi, welcome. You also are being automatically entered into a giveaway for some signed editions of books that I've got to sign away, to give away. The way it'll work is at the end of the month, I will pick 3 or 4 winners, maybe more, we'll see. And each winner, I'll give a chance, I'll say like, hey, here are the signed editions of books that are available. You can either pick one of those, or I will just go ahead and send you a gift card to bookshop.org or Libro FM, the equivalent of an indie online book shopping experience for you local to you. So I just don't really want to do Amazon gift cards for obvious reasons. So, but yeah, don't forget, and you have to submit sprints in order for me to know that you were here. That's what we're doing. I'm using that sprint guideline. Jamie says, I read the first Never Whistle at Night earlier this year and really, really enjoyed it. And that's what I've heard. I heard it was so great. And so I was like, well, might as well. Renee wants to read it. Highly encourage you to buy it. head to birchbarkbooks.com, my favorite bookstore of all time, and order it from them. They're an Indigenous-owned bookshop local to Minneapolis. Corey's here. Hey, Corey, how are you? Says, hello, lovelies. Hugging the like button. I'm hugging you. Jamie says, I was declined for the second one. Oh, well. You know what, Jamie? Something tells me you got plenty of approvals hanging out. You'll probably be okay. Glenda says hello to Renee and Annette. Annette says, I'm reading A Sheepdog Named Oscar by Dara Waldron. Just started tonight after finishing The Typing Lady by Ruth Ozeki for the Secret Society Challenge. Yay. I like that title, though. A Sheepdog Named Oscar. That's really cute. I like that a lot. Sylvic says, yucky Amazon. Yeah, boo Amazon. I live in the middle of nowhere. Truly. And when I say truly, what I mean is I'm 1 hour outside of Minneapolis, but it feels like the middle of nowhere sometimes. And if I can cut down on Amazon use, so can you. There's some things that I truly like don't have a place to go to get things. Or like if I need a really, really specific something for a specific purpose, the coaching that I do, my nonprofit, etc. Amazon's hard to avoid. I will use it, but if I can avoid it, I will. And I really don't like buying books there if I can help it. Bookshop.org is the tits. Jamie says, I have the Typing Lady arc, and Annette, are you enjoying it so far? Let us know. Renee says hello back to Glenda, and Annette says, I got the arc for the first Never Whistle and loved it, but can only wish for this one, so fingers crossed. It does come out it comes out like next week, I'm pretty sure. Either next week or the week after. When does it come out? Let's just go look. Let's just go take a little peek here. At my shelf. Never Will Whistle at Night, Back for Blood, Part 2, the 18th. So it comes out in 2 weeks. Jamie says, yeah, I got approved for 2 more arcs this morning. It's a hard, hard life, y'all, being Jamie. It's really, really tough. Really tough. Glenda says hi to Corey. And Annette says, yes, Jamie, I would say it was a solid 4-star. Like any anthology, it's a bit of a mix, but I liked it overall. Well, that's good news. And I'm just a big fan of anthologies in general, so I'm hoping that a horror anthology will be a little bit easier for me because it's an anthology, even if I don't like the horror aspect of it. Because bite-sized little scaries feel a lot more doable to me than, like, big-time scaries. You know what I mean? Like, if I have to read a whole scary book, I don't know that I can do that. I don't know that I can. Jamie says, I don't mind using Amazon for things I can't get from other local stores because I would not be able to buy local for that stuff anyway. Like, especially for me, like a lot of specific party supply kind of stuff. The only local place I've got for a lot of things is Walmart. And sure, I guess I'll buy my 97-cent tablecloths from Walmart. But for anything more specific than that, even Walmart's not going to have my back there. And we do have a Target locally. I don't personally shop at Target, but sometimes there's not a whole lot of options. But we did recently get a Michael's, and that has made a difference. And Sylvic says, no, completely understand that. I live 15 minutes from our town and only have DG. Closest Walmart is, Dollar General. Closest Walmart is 45 minutes away, all 3 different ways, and they're even considered small. Fur and Feathers Fiction, hello, welcome in. Joining and reading Nat and Cammy's Guide to Running an Undercover GSA. That sounds like a great book. That sounds excellent. I do remember requesting this book specifically for the title. Honestly, good on you. I also would request that specifically for the title because it's honestly a great title. So, is it middle grade YA? Let us know. Let us know what it is. All right. We've reached the end of our comments, which means we must be getting ready for the start of our first sprint. So, let's hope, y'all, that I can share Spirit City today appropriately, because last time we sprinted, it was really struggling for us. Renee says, I live like an hour away from any Walmart stores. Walmart's what I got. And Fern Feather says, it's YA Sapphic Romance. Oh, I'm gonna need to put that on the list then. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. And Glenda says hello to Silvix and Fur and Feathers. And Fur and Feathers, let us know if there's something else you'd prefer for us to call you. We sure can. And hello back to Glenda. Let's bring Spirit City up on the screen. Let's find our timer. Come on. Oh, not 90 minutes. Not 45 minutes. Should we do 45-minute sprints? We could do 45-minute sprints today. That way it might work. And it says it's 11:30 p.m. So I will definitely fall asleep during sprint, but I wanted to at least say hi. We appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in. And yeah, it is a little bit late for you, so you do need to get going. And we will see you hopefully on tomorrow's sprints. Tomorrow's sprints start a little bit earlier than today's. Tomorrow I start at 2 p.m. Eastern, so we'll see you for hopefully a little bit longer. And Silvic says, down for whatever. Perfect. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll do 45-minute sprints today. So we will go ahead and just get started, and I will see y'all after this first 45 minutes. So happy sprinting, everybody. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. All right, I got to 42% in Mother of Death and Dawn. I did have to check in on dinner for my dogs and stuff, so I didn't read quite as much as I'd have liked, but we're making progress. We're getting through it. It is an enormous, enormous book. And I'm like, realistically, if I do the math on this, let's see. My Kindle says I have 5 hours and 18 minutes left, but I'm like, okay, how fast do I have to make my Libby thing here move? Let's see. Divided by 5. Like Libby says right now it'd be about 5 hours, so we'll see. But we did have lots and lots of friends join us, so let me know how the sprint went for you, what you worked on, if there's anything that you got done, etc. Just let me know. Molly did join us. Hey, Molly, how's it going? What are you going to be reading today, or what are you going to be working on? Glenda says hey to Molly, and also have a good sleep to Annette, and take care. Jean also joined us. Hello, Jean. Jean's at 70% of an art called Your Boyfriend Needs an Exorcism. Absolutely loving it. Yay, great trans and bi representation. Awesome. I know that one you've really, really been enjoying lately, so yay. I'm glad that it's still going well. Glenda says hello to Jean. Megan's here. Hey, Megan. How's it going? What's up? What's up? What are you working on today? Good to see ya. And Christina joined us. Hey, Christina. Christina's coming in with all of the reminders today. So we've got reminders to hydrate, feed yourself, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch. Make sure that if you would be willing to, go ahead and hit that like button. That'd be awesome. You don't have to. Totally no pressure. I don't like to pressure people. I don't know. But Christina also has some really important links for us. So first is the playlist for the ARC August 2026 announcements and TBRs playlist. This is basically going to have all the videos that are not sprints themselves. And so this is just, if you are wanting to watch any video about ARC August, this is the one to do it on. But this is the sprints playlist. So this is a great playlist. I think I've just pinned it to the top. We'll see if I did that correctly. I think I just pinned it, but this is going to give you, at any given time, you can click on this to see when the next sprints are happening. So this one's a really helpful one to have. This is the one to bookmark. We had, hey, it's Bree. Come on in. What's up, Bree? How are you? And what are you working on tonight, or what are you reading? What are you doing? Also, is it also just super, it keeps fluctuating for us. North of the city is between like extremely hot and extremely not. So I don't know if that's the same for you down there, but I'm struggling because my house is like 68 degrees and it's too cold, especially when it's like too hot outside. But then 2 nights ago it got down to below 68 outside, so I was like, can we turn it off? But hi. Sherry's here too. Hey, Sherry. Hello to Allie in chat. Finishing Ghost in the Night by Tiffany D. Jackson. It's her newest middle grade and eating nachos. How are you loving it? I've heard amazing, amazing things, and I want to know how you're liking it, because I've been watching a lot of host videos for this just to make sure that I can be submitting points for things, and I think that I saw Ghost in the Night mentioned in like half of the videos that I've watched lately. Everyone's talking about it, so I hope it's great. Allie's here too. Hello, everybody. Currently reading The Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown in 7% in. Nice. I feel like The Da Vinci Code is like a sleeper thick book, because there are some thick books where it's like you look at them and you're like, oh, that book's gonna take me forever. This is like the width of like half my head, and I have a fat head. But then there's some books that like they look like they're gonna be a little slimmer, but then they're like super dense for some reason. I feel like The Da Vinci Code is one of those. Glenda says hello to Christina, Sherry, Bree, and Allie. Allie is A-L-L-I, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Other Allie. And then I'm I-E. And Sherry says, hey to Bree. Hello to Christina from Megan. Hello to Glenda from Megan. And Vanessa joined us. Hello, hello. Using the next 14 minutes to knock out some paperwork I've been avoiding. Nice. Glenda says, hey there to Vanessa. And hello, hello. Literary hype. Okay, hold on. I can't remember anybody's names, so I literally write them down, you guys, because I am worried about this. I'm always worried about getting people's names incorrectly. This is Stephanie. Steph. Pretty sure. I'm terrible at names. I have you all written down. I must be right. Also shout out to Stephanie's videos because I just watched Stephanie your Arc August TBR, and Stephanie has a really cool TBR game, but then also just watched one of your author videos, one of your author interviews, and it was excellent. So highly, highly recommend. Stephanie also has a podcast that you can listen to. So if you need something to do over the next sprints, please feel free to do that. That'd be awesome. You also get points for watching and commenting on host content. How to make the rules, you could just go check out Stephanie's stuff. Vanessa says, turns out I couldn't complete the paperwork because it doesn't pertain to me, so I emailed the patient to let them know I'm not a medical doctor, and that's who needs to fill out said paperwork. You've been procrastinating this whole time, and you didn't even need to do it in the first place. I feel like there's a lesson here. Like if we start things earlier. Beck says, I have an hour left in my audio, and then I can start my ALC. Let's go. Peyton finished An Auction of Souls by Amber Chen. Yay! And have started Minbok by Ella Lee as my next arc. Oh, what Amber Chen have I read? I feel like I recently read a book. Amber Chen. Yes. So I recently, in the last like 2 years, read Of Jade and Dragons and The Blood Phoenix. It's a duology. And they were excellent. I believe Atia read them too and also really, really enjoyed them. So I have not read An Auction of Souls. And is this one an upcoming release from her? It is. Oh no, I might have to go look for that one because I really loved Of Jade and Dragons. Oh no. Peyton, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? I gotta stay in my lane right now, you guys. Sylvix ate dinner and got from 504 to 527. Very nice. And Jamie got to 88% in your arc. Allie got another 1% in. I feel this so hard because in this book, 1% is like 12 pages. So I can feel really confident about like turning pages, going through really fast, and then it'll be like 1%. And I'm like, mother, damn it. Stephanie says, I'm working on matching authors to panels for a major Comic-Con. Nice. Also very fun. It feels, I have done that before, and that sounds very, very, it's a good time for me, at least, when I'm like, oh, this person would be great at this. I think they'd have a lot to offer for this topic. Crimson said, oh, hello, welcome. I feel bad saying this, but 50% through Aicha, and my attention comes and goes with it. So in two minds about continuing. Here's the thing. I think that you could soft DNF if you want to, and, submit the pages that you read for sure. Alternatively, if you have access to the audiobook, get the audiobook and start wherever you're currently located and see if the audio changes anything for you. If, sometimes having the audio to drive stuff forward, if my brain is wandering a little bit, might show me that it's a me thing and not a book thing. But you've got options, and certainly feel free to move on to something else if you want to. Hey, Allie. I think you and I are each used to typing our own names, so that's fair. Crimson also says, hello to everyone. Big hugs and love. Renee finished work, and we will go put the chickens to bed and then the bunnies, and we'll probably join reading in bed. Cute. I love the idea of putting chickens to bed. I think it's so funny. Like, my aunt and uncle have chickens, and she's like, the bedtime routine is just like gently herding them. Being like, all right, come on, girls, and they don't listen, so she has to go get them all. Demers is here. Hello, hello. Hello, Allie and everyone. Haven't started reading it tonight, and we'll start reading The Book Witch next at 48%. And are you still loving it? I remember you said that you were really enjoying it last time. That's also on my list, so keep us updated. Christina says hello to Megan and hello to Allie. Vanessa says, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Again, I'm not going to make anybody... You don't have to if you don't want to, but feel free. It'd be great if you wanted to. Also, I suspect that a lot of people have not gotten their social media points yet for the readathon. You can get... I think there's a maximum number of points, but you can get that for your team and help bump up your average points per person by going to the channel called, of course... I know the names of all the channels in the Discord. Host socials, and then just go down the list. Follow or add friend, whatever, on various platforms. And when you do that, you just have the submission form up. There's a social media bonus. And boom, super easy points. Takes a couple minutes, and that's it. you can do that. It's awesome and it's super easy. Ash had a dinner sprint. Did you have anything really good that we should be jealous of? Let us know. Christina says, yes, I did get these on there, Allie. Maybe a wee bit late, but you're on there. Woo. Allie says hi to Christina, and it showed over 900 pages for the Da Vinci Code? No way. I've had a physical copy of that book, and that thing, 900 Kindle pages maybe, but it's thinner than this, like, for sure. For sure. 100%. Sherry says, it's good. Tiffany D. Jackson could do no wrong in my world, and I love her down. Tiffany D. Jackson's books are like thrillery, and I'm like, I want to read great books that everyone loves. However, I'm so scared of thrillers, y'all. I read a book last year that was not a thriller in any way, shape, or form, called Beth is Dead by Katie Burnett, and it was a retelling of Little Women, but contemporary, so modern day, and it was like the storyline was that Beth is murdered at the beginning. But it was like it was still lighthearted, like Joe, instead of being a writer, is an Instagram influencer kind of thing. And I got scared shitless by that book. Again, not really anybody who's read Beth is Dead, chime in. Not really a thrillery type of book. Scared out of my goddamn mind reading the end of that book. By the way, after you find out who the killer is, that's when I got the creepy crawlies and scared. So I feel like a lot of thrillers, suspense, horror are probably just not for me, even though I'm like, but it looks really good and everyone says this author is fantastic. So I like want to I want to read, but you know what I mean? And you're welcome, Stephanie. Allie says, I'm using the Da Vinci Code for choose your curriculum for her kid for art. That's a great idea. That's a great choice. I misunderstood that prompt. When it was first announced, I thought it said choose a curriculum and then read 5 books for that subject. So I was so excited. I chose mythology as a college course. Yeah. And I was all ready to go. And then it was like, no, choose 5 different courses. And I'm like, no. So, I'm sad now. Stephanie says, the author interviews are so fun. Lots more on the way. Like, I've already filmed stuff into November. Oop, you know what? And now you only have to do the hard part, editing. Me. I made a list of all the stuff that I had recorded but not edited. This is just a little glimpse of it. I've gotten through most of like the short ones, but the long ones, I'm like, damn it. I gotta go edit those and I don't want to. Peyton says, I adored An Auction of Souls. I gave it 5 stars. It was my first book by Amber Shen, but it definitely has me wanting to pick up the Of Jade and Dragons duology. Highly recommend. I was really surprised at how much I liked it. For anyone who doesn't know, Of Jade and Dragons by Amber Shen. It is a silk punk, sort of Mulan-ish retelling. Not a retelling. Mulan inspired is how I'm going to say that. But it is silk punk. It is great. Loved it. Loved the both books and the duology. I literally still think about them when people are like, recommend a book with pirates. The pirates. Recommend a book with this. Oh, this book has that. Like, I think about it proactively all the time because it was great. Vanessa says, I laughed so hard, Stephanie, at the TikTok your sister did that was like her trying to leave, but you still had interviews. I'll go watch it next. Crimson says, I think I will log the 50%, put it down, and come back to it later. I just don't think it's sitting with me right now. And that's completely fair. 100%. Love that. Stephanie says, this particular con isn't quite as fun. We've got 20 to 30 people signing up for each panel, and I have to give guests priority, but the locals like to throw fits, so it's stressful. My boss and I had a 2-hour meeting blocked out for it today, made it through 3 panels, got overwhelmed, and decided it's a Monday problem. Nice. I don't love that for you in particular, but yikes. Jean says, Verestein is Fine by Julie Murphy. This arc looks awesome. Yay! Also, I've heard great things about Julie Murphy's writing. Haven't read any of it myself, but... Demers also has the Verestein arc and was thinking of reading that next. You guys can read together. That'd be cute. Stephanie says, it's so funny. She asked if I thought any authors would be willing to be in the background, and I immediately said, Ashley Poston. God, Stephanie, and then you say stuff like this, and I'm just so jealous. Because actually, I don't know if Ashley's here today. She might not be, but Ashley got me a personalized signed book by Ashley Poston because I absolutely loved the 7-year slip. I cried beginning, middle, and end, which is honestly maybe my ideal reading experience. Who knows? Demers says, yes, still liking the Book Witch. Yay. It has just a really cool premise, I think. Jean says, I only requested Demers, so I'm jealous that you got it already. And Ash had chicken parm. That does sound very good. I like that. And Demers says, I got it when it was a read now, so I got lucky. All right. Yeah, whenever you can snag something as a read now, I like that a lot. And Nikki is reading the Da Vinci Code ebook. So I'm wondering if the ebook pages are just like half the normal pages. If I like the Da Vinci Code's not 900 pages. No, of a physical hardback at least. Crimson says, I'm planning to binge the video shared tomorrow in shared socials. Yay! Yay! And so yeah, the ones that are anything that's posted in host content will count toward will give you your points bonus. So that's the main, if you're looking specifically to log for bonuses, then you want to go host content. And then obviously anything in share your socials, we encourage you guys to watch each other's videos as well. Jean says, my cousin is at a concert and she keeps butt dialing me. Nice. And I think your boyfriend needs an exorcism, which is a book title, to clarify, would be a little too gross for you. Here's the thing. It's not even gross I can deal with. I've worked as an on-field AT for football. Legs cracked, bones sticking out, I'm good. I'm fine. It's anything suspenseful in the least, as evidenced by this. So Stephanie wants to know, how did Beth is Dead scare you? What? And this is what I'm talking about. I don't like when it's suspenseful. It was the ending after you find out who the killer is, when they're in that final location where they confront the killer, like that. I literally, I'm tucking my blankies up around my feet in bed. I'm like, I have all of the lights on. I'm breathing. Like I was struggling to get through the last like 10% of the book. Also, my husband tried to get me to watch the movie Us, featuring Lupita Nyong'o, and had to turn it off because I was crying too hard. Not even looking at the screen, by the way. So, this is in the same vein of like, I think that Starburst are too tart tasting. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like I'm so horrifically white that the extremes of taste escape me, including scaries, if that makes sense. I'm real good at garlic salt, you know? Same with books. Like, this is gonna be a hot take. Romance books are the garlic salt of the book world. You know what I mean? Like, everybody likes garlic salt. everybody can eat garlic salt, but some people might prefer more exotic flavors more often. I'm good in garlic salt. Crimson says, I'm planning to watch all the videos tomorrow to get my team Crimson Coven those points. Also, we'll probably come away with more books to read. That is an unfortunate byproduct. I agree. That happens. Yeah. Stephanie says, I have an interview with the author of Beth is Dead that I filmed months ago, but I can't post because she told me what her next book is. So we have to wait on her publisher to give the okay. Nice. I mean, aside from getting scared from it, I did enjoy it a lot. I am a huge Little Women fan. I will advocate that if you are going to read that book, some of the things in that book do mirror what happens in Little Women. And some of them don't. So it's like, it's more like if you read Beth is Dead first and then go read Little Women, there's some things that happen in Little Women that you're going to be like, oh, I'm not surprised, because that happened in Beth is Dead also. But I would recommend reading Little Women first, but as a huge Little Women fan, I did like it a lot. My whiteboard edit list is so long and out of date because it gets too scary to look at. Feel. Hard. Feel. Sherry says, Allie, when people ask me where to start with Tiffany G. Jackson's catalog, I say Weight of Blood. It is a Carrie retelling, but with a podcast twist. The audiobook is top tier, and allegedly. But when you say a Carrie retelling, that makes me nervous because from my understanding, Carrie is scary. So I I don't know. I need a sensitivity reader, but I need like an 8-year-old to be my sensitivity reader. It, you know? Stephanie says, Ash and I have decided we are the same person split into two bodies. This interview coming soon probably has more bloopers than actual interviewing. I can't wait. I can't wait. And Allie says, I love Little Women so much. I love that Greta Gerwig movie. Oh, yeah. I think I'm extremely biased because I love Saoirse Ronan. If Saoirse Ronan's in it, I'll probably love it. That's just a... I love her acting, so... But that could have swayed my opinion into that being my favorite of the Little Women movies, but whatever. Vanessa says, I've been doing another set of paperwork that is applicable to me while you've been chatting, and honestly, it's making me hate this task less. You're welcome. If you need me to yap at stuff, I can. It's one of my only main skills. Is just being able to talk a whole lot about, honestly, maybe anything. You know how, like, there's like that question that I see, it's sometimes it circulates on threads every once in a while where people are like, everybody has a topic, a thing that they could talk about for absolutely ever. And in my brain, I'm like, I can't think of anything that I could like literally talk about for 20 minutes without stopping. But then I'm like, oh, it might be all the topics, unfortunately. It could be just I maybe could just talk about anything for 20 minutes because my brain will just immediately leap between stuff so quickly that I could just always find stuff to talk about, you know? I won't subject you all to that. Seems like a bad sprinting experience for everybody, so instead, what a good segue into our next sprint. All right, so we're going to do another 45 minutes. We'll just keep going on the 45-minute train tonight, and I'm going to get more reading done in A Mother of Death and Dawn, which, by the way, I cried at 12% in. By the time I got to 12%, I had already cried twice. So if you're wondering if this book has the emotional payoff of the first two, yeah. Yes, it does. So I'm going to go cry some more. And I will see y'all in 45 minutes and, happy sprinting. welcome back, everybody, from Sprint 2. Hello, hello. I yapped with friends a little bit. So, I got to 46%, another 4% in, which really is like 50 pages. So, 4% feels a little misleading when it's like 50 pages of progress, but still, it's just a chunky, hefty book. It's just a book that is going to make me feel less good about a lot of my progress because it just doesn't feel like it's as much. But yeah, and then I finished the granny square that I was on, and I have started another square. This square I have like a row and a half of this yarn, and then I'll switch to this yarn. We're using up yarn. I definitely probably halfway through I'm going to need to switch to using my wrist brace probably. So, and I'm listening on audio at like 2.5 speed, and then I've also got my Kindle in front of me so that I can follow along. And then if there's like, sometimes there are words that are in the made up language in the book, and so sometimes I'll reference that just to like see how it's spelled. But I am following along on Kindle too. So yeah, I didn't get super far, but I got medium far, medium-ish, far-ish. So yeah, anyway, how'd y'all go? Let me know how you went that sprint. Sherry finished Ghosts of the Night. Yay! 4 stars and wrote a review. Oh my god. Nice. Sherry's on top of all of us. Now back to Coptown by Karen Slaughter. My bedtime read. Awesome. Very nice. Go you. Kim joined us. Hey, Kimberly. How's it going? What are you doing tonight? / what are you reading? Let us know. Vanessa finished her paperwork. Oh my god, y'all are killing it. I finished 1 granny square. That took me 2 tries to crochet. Ash made it to 70%. Very nice. Jean says, way to crochet. Thanks. Jamie got to 95% in my arc. So close. And made some eggs for dinner. Yum. Do I have eggs? I do need, I need to make something for food. But, Sylvix went from page 527 to 585. I read faster and I'm interested, and boy, am I interested. I definitely find the same. Like, I will 100% be faster at reading a book if I'm just into the topic, or I don't know, if it's like a particularly riveting scene. So, like, even in the book that I'm reading now, if we're in the middle of an action scene, then I'm locked in. Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm completely focused. But if it's in the middle of like a scene where they're in the middle of, I don't know, journeying or something, then I might be more inclined to wander around mentally. Do a pause, go, I don't know, look at Instagram or something. Not that Instagram is distracting to me in any way, shape, or form, but, you know, maybe a little bit. Ash says, only like 20 pages from goal. Yay! So goal is changing to finishing the book. You can do that, 100%. You can do that. We have multiple more sprints to go tonight. And Jean says, what are you using the granny squares for? My primary goal is using up yarn. This yarn I bought from thrift stores to make a prop of a like cobbled together scarf. And so I only needed like some of each color. So I have a bunch left. So my goal is to use it up because it's just taking up too much space on my shelf. And I was like, well, you can never have too many blankets, so I'll just crochet granny squares until all the yarn is gone and see how much I have and put it together as some sort of blanket. I can always grab more yarn if I'm like just a little bit short and need some more, but otherwise I'll make whatever size blanket fits. If I have 1 extra square, maybe I'll make a pocket in the blanket. I don't know. I could do little pockets on the bottom to slide my feet into. That would be smart. I should do that. Allie got to 11% in the Da Vinci Code. I will get past page 100 next sprint. Yay! That one's the Da Vinci Code also, I feel like some books just like require a lot of brain power because they are asking you to do a lot of like plot thinking that the book doesn't outline for you. It like gives you all the clues and then you have to put together the puzzle in your head. The book does not put together the puzzle for you, and I feel like the Da Vinci Code is one of those. So I feel like it takes me a lot longer to get through that. Stephanie is still trudging through ranking my preference for who goes on what panel. Godspeed. Do you do the method of just writing all their names on Post-its and then sorting them that way manually? Because I like that. Christina just finished supper. 1 color of drills. 1 color of drills. What's that for? And got to chapter 44. And Allie is loving the Da Vinci Code. Still early in the book and you're already hooked. Good. It's a wild ride. So many, like, for being a long book, that book's got action. Stuff is happening in that book. Glenda says hello to Kimberly. So hello. And then Jean says, I have no idea, had no idea you crochet. Do you knit? Yes. When I was in elementary school, my third grade teacher really encouraged us to do a lot of programs outside of the classroom. She started like a knitting club for us when we were in like second grade. This was the teacher that looped with us too. Looping is when a teacher normally teaches one grade, but then they decide to teach the next grade up the following year so that they can keep their same class. So she looped with us too, but she taught me how to knit. And then later on, I learned how to crochet, and my grandma knit and crocheted both my entire life. So um, I definitely prefer crocheting just because it's faster. My knitting definitely looks nicer from like a quality assurance perspective, but look, a quick granny square blanket is just gonna be for mild warmth because I am apparently lately a freeze baby. So having more blankets just could not be a bad thing. And honestly, a lot of the blankets in my house, they become my dog's blankets. So this is just something to stave off my blanketless state when my dogs have stolen everything from me. So, oh yeah, I have enough for like half of another row. Stephanie says, the system has everyone who's interested listed in each panel. Several authors didn't fill out the form. Yikes, so I have to keep them in mind and add them where they might fit in. That's hard where it's like you ask them for their thoughts, but then they didn't give them to you, and you're like, well, would have been nice if you did. Would have been helpful. Allie says, it's such a fun wild ride. I agree. And Christina is diamond painting. Drills equals gems. So one color done. Got it. I have diamond painted like once. And honestly, it was a lot of work. It was just a lot. So, I did not like how much work I had to put into it. I also have done book bedazzling one time, which was fun. I will say it just, I struggled a little bit with how patient you had to be. I don't have patience. That's ultimately why I ended up not becoming a teacher. Like I went to school to become a teacher, and then I ended up just switching majors and not being one because I don't have patience, and I think that kids deserve teachers who are 100% in, and I wasn't 100% in. But I bedazzled like just the title words and then like part of the image on the front, but I could not bedazzle the whole thing. I didn't have it in me. I'm going to a reading retreat at the end of the month. That's why I won't be on the end of the month sprints. And there is going to be book bedazzling there. And I'm like, oh man, I have to do this again. So I'm just going to do another book from that series the exact same way that I did before. And Stephanie says, yeah, for the people that you don't know well, it's hard to like pick what panels they might need to be on because or you have to have at least like read their books so that you know what they might be able to speak about, so that's really tough to do. I don't love that for you. I wish that they'd filled out their stuff. Jean says, I started the show Stuart Fails to Save the Universe. Nice. And Stephanie says, Chloe Gong and Adeline Grace were both like, I trust you, put me where I'm needed, but others I'm like, I don't know you. She doesn't even go here. But Godspeed, I guess. Jamie finished my arc. Yay, so I can start a new one soon. Hell yeah, let's go. Get those points submitted. Sylvic says, I love diamond painting, although my disability makes it to where I can't do a whole lot at once. I've been working on the same big one for over a year now. Oh my god, that's going to feel so good when you finish. Oh, that's going to feel incredible. I definitely suspect that I have some early onset arthritis happening for me. I played piano since I was like 3. And I also horrifically crack my knuckles all the time as a result of playing piano since I was 3. So, yeah, even like I can crack everything all the time. So definitely I can feel my fingers getting stiff doing this. But we're just gonna say fuck it and keep going. Which is not great. Not a great thing for somebody to do. But yeah. All right. Woo. I'm only tired. It's only because I'm talking a lot and I'm expending more oxygen than I'm taking in. Not sleepy. But we are going to go ahead and get going on our third sprint. My goal is definitely going to be to hit over the 50% mark in this one, which I'm a little confused because I'm at the 46% mark in this book. And right now, a big thing is like the main parties are all converging onto this conflict. And I'm like, at the 46% mark, is the rest of this book what else could possibly happen? So things are about to get interesting. Um, and I will see y'all then in 45 minutes. So happy sprinting. everybody. Welcome on back from that sprint. This was a very successful sprint for me. I got almost 10% listened to, which is a crazy amount for a 22-hour audiobook. So, I'm listening at like 2.7 times speed now. We're cruising. One of the characters, or one of the narrators, so there's 3 POVs. One of the characters has the male narrator, and then 2 of the characters have the female narrator. The female narrator talks slower. So when I'm on the female main characters' POVs, 2.7 is perfect. It's like the perfect speed. When I'm on his, it's like a little fast, but I'm also reading in the Kindle, so I'm like, I can do it though, because this is such a long book and I do want to get through it. Once I get into like the big bad conflict at the end, I will probably slow down, and I might even move back to the physical book. For some reason, the actual physical pages make me emotionally more invested, I think. I don't know. But, and then I finished the Granny Square I was on, and I have half an outline of my last, not my last one, I'm gonna keep going, but the next Granny Square that I'm working on. So it was an extremely productive sprint. I'm so happy to finally be over the 50% mark for this book, because I feel like the second 50% is going to go significantly faster. Like, I legitimately feel like it's going to cruise. So I'm going to update Storygraph so it knows that I've read like a bunch of pages today. If I don't, I'll be sad. And I accidentally started the book on my Kobo, so we're going to remove that. Remove these journal entries. Delete. 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 And yeah, so that's how I went. My fingers are definitely stiff, but my wrist is actually surprisingly okay. And so I'm probably going to continue crocheting. I would like to get through the green color that I have next, I think. We'll see. But let's see how y'all did for that one. Oh my god, y'all commented a lot. Okay, Kristen joined. Hey, Kristen is going to alternate cleaning and reading the Ghostwriter. Go Team Crimson. Look, I love y'all. But go Obsidian Order. Sadie's here. Hello, hello, welcome. And Vanessa had to head off to bed. Good night, Vanessa. You're welcome for sprints. Kristen says good night, frenemy. Which is funny. Hannah's here. Hello, hello. Back from the school run and now to write a review or two. Heck yeah. I don't know why I censored myself there. Hell yeah. Let's go. Hell yeah, writing reviews. I'm caught up on NetGalley reviews. I do have 4 indie author reviews I still want to write, just because I try to write a review for all indie books that I read. But caught up on NetGalley reviews feels real good. You know what I mean? Atia joined for a little bit. Hello, hello. Obsidian Order rules. Atia couldn't stay, but wanted to pop in and show some love. Been focusing on To Ride a Rising Storm and Devil of the Deep these past few days. Both are arcs, and Devil of the Deep is actually her secret society book. So, yay. Yeah, Secret Society, running out of room. Yeah, we don't want to read SS books in general, you know, but leaving me up for the watch time. Thank you. Hannah says, quick question. Where do we put a Secret Society book we read, and when is it due? Great question. So, as far as how to log it, you will actually just go into the submission form like normal to log the book, and then there's a question on the submission form that says, hey, was this your Secret Society book? And you can only pick one book to hit yes on. All the rest of them you'll have to hit no on. You have until through August 7th. So tomorrow at 11 p.m. Central, we essentially, when it'll be halfway into Atia's sprints tomorrow, we will remind people so that you guys don't have to, we'll remind you throughout sprints tomorrow. I will make a post-it of it to put up to remind myself too. But yeah, it just has to be tomorrow by 11:59 p.m. Eastern, which is 11 Central, etc. It is in the announcements channel. It is actually going to display in your local time. So if you go to the announcements channel and look at the Secret Society announcement, it will show for you there. Purple Elephant's here. Hello, hello. Ran errands as a passenger princess and read Road of Bones. Love passenger princessing. Love that for you. Glenda says hello to Ati and good night to Vanessa. Shuri says, didn't read a thing, just scrolled threads and TikTok. I love that for you. I do. Look, me most of the time. I have set a goal for like this year to hit 2K on Instagram for followers. I tend not to focus quite as much on my TikTok followership because I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I kind of don't care about TikTok as much. TikTok is not where I care about my community, about community as much, just because TikTok, we all know. But Instagram I do care about quite a bit, and so I have been like set a goal of 2,000 followers on Instagram, and at the beginning of the year I was like 1,500, so I was like, okay, 500 in the year, and I am over halfway there, and I'm really excited. So I've actually decided to start putting effort into my Instagram recently. So I've been posting like every day for a week, which for ADHD me is incredible. That's some commitment. And so I'm constantly scrolling on it. Constantly. So yeah. I feel that. Jess is here. Hello, hello. Good morning to you. Just got home from work and a shopping chore. Been listening to an audiobook while driving. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it like 10 a.m. there? Got home from work. How early do you work? Well, I know that you work at like 7:30. What time is it for you? You get up so early. Sylvix read pages 585 to 636. Another really good sprint for you. Awesome. Allie got 14%, page 126 in the Da Vinci Code. This is a good sprint for everybody. Like, it feels, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like this 45 minutes was a lot longer than the previous 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Damaris got to 58%. Hell yeah. Stephanie finished Salt Lake selections. Emailed my boss with my extensive thoughts. And now I'm working on the Tampa signing schedule and more notes for my boss. Here's a recommendation. Come to Minnesota. You travel for conventions. Come to Minnesota. Come hang out. I have recommendations. I help plan some events up here, etc. Come up here. Come hang out. Ash made it to page 300. Yay! I think this is also where I throw in the towel and go to bed. 86 pages, so doable tomorrow. You are so right. And we'll be back here on my channel at what time did I do that? Let's find out. 4 p.m. Eastern. Yes, 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We're right back here to start off Mega Sprints with Allie and Atia. And it just, I love that our names alliterate. So good. Stadia says, got home from a walk, and now I've gotten myself some dinner. That's good. That's good. I did not eat dinner. I just ate a bunch of beef jerky. Same. Allie says, Libby is giving me an estimated finish time of 6 hours, 48 minutes at the speed I'm reading at. Your Libby gives you an estimated time at your current speed? Mine doesn't. Please feel free to put a screenshot into the Discord of where I can see that. I would love to see that. Also, I was gonna post another poll for like, hey, what should I read next? I gotta play some Libby Chicken. I have this book that I'm currently reading is due in 8 days. I will finish it. Oh boy. There's 9 hours, 54 minutes. Let's call that 10 hours of listening left. Let's get my calculator out. We've got 10 hours. We are currently listening at 2.7. I've got 3 hours and 45 minutes left of listening on this. I could do that tonight still. I have to stay up a little late, but you know. So I'm like, I could get it done tonight, but this book is due in 8 days. I have to get this done, but whatever. But then I have Cry Voidbringer, which is, you know, a casual 17 and a half hours, due in 9 days. Red City, 15 plus hours, due in 8 days. The God's Time Forgot, only under 14 hours, due in 13 days. The Antiquarian's Object of Desire. Oh, under 11 hours. Doing 13 days. I got some hefty babies on here that need to be read, so rough. And tomorrow, Ati has the arc for it, and I just have a finished copy. We're going to be reading By the Bootstraps by Alexa Martin, so if anybody else has it or wants to get it and read cowboy romance with us, black cowboy romance, more. So, yeah. You're welcome, Ash. Go happy sleeping. Rally says, still reading the same book. Remind me, though, for those of us whose brain is leaky sieve, what you were reading. Oh, it is PM for Jess. Sorry, good afternoon. Okay. So you are 17 hours ahead of me. 5 plus 12. All right. Tomorrow's good phone. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. For the most part, for me, it's really, I want to be able to participate in things where I want to qualify for more opportunities where I get to participate with my reading community. I don't so much care about, like, I don't really care about hitting super high numbers. I just want to set goals for myself, because goals help motivate me to create content that helps me engage with the people I like to talk to. So it's more of a goal setting thing for me, but also I know that there are some opportunities with, like, publishers, etc., who do look for numbers, and I just, that's part of the game. So Stephanie says, what companies host up there? I don't think I have ties to anything up there. My favorite is Midwest Bookish Fest. I think I literally have, like, one of their pins right in front of me. Look at that. Wow. Bam. Midwest Bookish Fest is great. Book d'Eau Claire is awesome. They're not in Minnesota, but they're pretty close. I don't know the Comic-Con situation. I'll be at Anime Fargo in September. I know that there's Convergence, which is, and then Twin Cities Con. I don't know anything about these, so that's what I've got. I know the names of them, and I know the hotels that they're at. I have no other information other than, hi, come visit us. We have an incredible indie bookstore scene. Mary's here. Hey, Mary, how are you? Am I still specting? Yes, probably at least 2 more. Jamie says, I posted my review of the Penguin book of the International Short Story, long title, and submitted for points. Woo. Started my next arc and got to 10%. You are a machine, Jamie. Allie says, I found it on our managed loan. If you put the link to your Discord, I will happily take a picture. The link to my Discord should be in the description. But yeah, under managed loan. Oh, nope, wrong button. Manage loan. Oh, that's magical. Oh my god. This, Allie, you've just saved my life. Just frankly. Thank you. Jamie says, I'm reading another anthology. The Mysterious Bookshop presents the best mystery stories of the year 2026. Oh, yes. So NetGalley every year has a bunch of anthologies, the best, insert genre here, stories of the year. And so, yeah, that sounds awesome. I mean, mystery is for other people because mystery is too suspenseful for me. We've talked about this. I'm the white bread of most spectrums. But yeah. Oh, thank you. Also, I do my hearts like a Gen Z now. I can't do this anymore. It feels too weird. But I also, every time I do this, I'm like, I feel very, I don't know, try hard adult. Because that's how my students do it. My students do it this way. So, and I am getting closer to 400 subs. I will say my YouTube, I don't set any goals for my YouTube because my YouTube is just my chance to hang out with people. You all have to know that the only reason I started actually posting to my YouTube and creating content was so that I could participate in events like this and hang out with you. I post videos because I do like to, like, in order to be a host, they for some events they want you to be posting content. I'm like, okay, I can post content. I also do kind of like recapping the books that I read and stuff. I also like talking, clearly. But, like, I don't have any. You can subscribe if you want to. If you want to chat, you kind of have to subscribe just because that's how we weed out the riffraff, aka the bots. But you don't have no pressure. I don't have any specific goals for YouTube. I just want to hang out. And Glenda says hello to Mary and fed all the cats. That's important. We got to do that. Stephanie says, husband just got home with pizza. Yum. And I've gotten as far as I can with signing schedule until my celebrity modeling. I thought this said modeling schedule. I was like, you do so many things. Community celebrity moderating schedules locked in over the weekend, so I'm a dip for a bit and I'll check back in. Have a good pizza. Allie says hi to Mary. Mary says hi to Glenda and Allie. And Jamie says, I love the best of annual anthologies. I always request them when I see them. I have, here's the thing. I have to put blinkers on. That's not what they're called, is it? What are that horses wear like this to keep their eyes looking forward? What are those called? Is it not blinkers? No, that's on a car. That's definitely not right. Anyway, I have to shield myself because if I cannot request anything more, y'all. I can't. I really have to keep myself cut off. You are. What is it? Cut off. Whatever they do in Pitch Perfect. I can't do it anymore. So, I cannot request anything new until I have fewer than 20 arcs on here. I don't want more than one page. That's my goal, is I want to get down below the two. I want to have one singular page. I'm currently at 43, so I'm almost down to 2 pages. But I'm tackling all of the biggest books on this list first, which I don't love for me. Do I prefer filming long or short form content? I kind of don't have a preference, to be honest. I hate editing the long content for sure. And with short form content, there's a couple of TikToks or reels that I've posted lately where it was basically like a one shot. Like I barely edited. The one where I went on a rant about tracking statistics for your diversity reading, that one that was a one take. I edited to make sure that there were captions for accessibility. Otherwise, I yapped and I'm good. The maximum I can do that for is like 3 minutes. So if I'm going to do longer form content, I have to edit it down because I will pause and collect my thoughts for a minute and then keep going. So I have to edit out the pauses and stuff. Otherwise it would be a crazy video, of a lot of awkward pauses and me pausing and going, and just mumbling to myself. But I do enjoy the long videos too because I can say more things. I keep everything on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, shorts under 3 minutes because 3 minutes is the max for YouTube shorts, but it's also the maximum that you can post to Instagram without that, or if you post longer than 3 minutes, they won't recommend it to people who are not followers. So I would like it to be recommended on Instagram. It's the only platform I care a lot about. So I keep those under 3 minutes at all times, at all costs. Blinders. For some reason that I don't like that word. I don't like saying it's blinders. I don't know why. But blinkers is also a word on horses. I'm not going to claim to be a horse girl. I can't. I first and foremost, I'm allergic. But second, the horse girls know way more than I do. They're too smart for me. Either blinders or blinkers. I think I've always heard them as blinkers in Australia. There we go. Australia's right. Also, welcome in, Sarah. Hi, how are you? And Jamie says, I try to keep my list of new arcs I have not opened yet to one page. Jamie, you're going to give me a heart attack. If I get a new arc, I have downloaded it within 30 seconds. Like, I'm stressed for you. That stresses me out. Stresses me out too much. And just says, unless I'm getting them mixed up. We could be. We might be. That could be the case. Before we hop into our next sprint, a couple of reminders. First, if you have not yet, go and, I thought I just got a really important email. I didn't. Never mind. Just lame work stuff. If you haven't already, copy the URL in the sprint link and go submit it for team points for attending a live sprint and commenting, assuming that you have commented in the chat at least once. You get bonus points. It's super, super easy. You get it for every single sprint. And if you do that for my sprints in particular, then you get an entry into my giveaway for every single one of my sprints you attend. And to give you guys more opportunities to get more points, I'm doing my best to continue sprinting as much as possible, especially on days where like no one else has claimed it. It's like right now we don't have anyone scheduled on Saturday, so I think I'm probably going to sprint on Saturday too, just because I want you all to get chances to earn points, and frankly, I like hanging out with you, and it's motivating. So make sure you go submit those, and then also you'll get a giveaway entry too, just easy peasy. And then the other reminder that I was gonna tell people for sure. Well, it was in my noggin, and then it's literally about tomorrow. Tomorrow, mega sprints tomorrow night. Night being a US time thing. So Saturday morning, Jess. But yeah, for tomorrow, in under 24 hours, in fact, in 19 hours, in 18 hours and 15 minutes, if we're getting exact, we are going to start 10-hour mega sprints. Half of them will be here on my channel, so you'll come back here at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And then after, Atia will join us, and then after 5 hours, we will move over to Atia's channel. So technically, you will get the chance to submit for 2 unique sprints, and I'll join over on Atia's channel, and we will do puzzles on both channels, because I know that Atia sprinters are used to the puzzles, and the puzzles are great. And so, yeah, we'll do that, and it'll be a fun time. So, that's my other reminder. Mary says, I love that Jamie has a system that works for her. Yes, me too, even though it stresses me out. Allie says, I'm doing so good at reading this month. I'm already in book 4. Before I participated in sprints, I used to read way less than I do now. So yay. I agree. When I first, my first exposure to YouTube, BookTube in general, readathons, anything, was Arc August last year. I was on Instagram and I saw somebody post about Arc August, and I was like, I have arcs I need to read. No way. And so I joined, and I was like, oh my god, this is great. Like, the community on sprints and just chatting with people just feels nice. And I found that I was just extra motivated to read. And it's not a pressure thing. Like, I've joined 1 or 2 readathons where I pushed myself a little too far, but like, it's not like, hey, you have to read or else we're going to be mad at you if you don't earn points. No, that's dumb. People have lives. But it's a community where you feel encouraged and you feel motivated and you feel like a positive attitude toward reading and getting in that zone, and or being productive at other things. That's why down here it's reading, productivity and reading. Oh, I put productivity first. Who knew? Productivity and reading sprints. You can do whatever you want. And it's just nice. I like it. Even though you get to see my disaster. Jess says, while we've been chatting, I've done the dishes, folded a load of washing, and heated something up for lunch. Need to put the washing away, then can stop. In case you're not familiar, Jess is the person who does the most things in her day, period. Jess, I think you do more before noon on any given day I've talked to you than I do in like a month. And I'm not exaggerating. Legitimately. I've not folded my laundry, I don't know, a month and a half, maybe. It's in bins all over. They're clean. Some of them are not. I have to bring them downstairs. My husband does that, but you do so many things. And yay for lots of sprints. Getting my hair done tomorrow morning, so I'll try and hop on depending on the time. Ooh, send us pictures. Jamie says, I'm also starting a non-anthology shorter arc for a change of pace. So this next sprint, I'll start Cut Off from Sky and Earth by Melissa F. Miller that I picked for its pretty cover and maybe fantasy. All right. I do think my last book was Splintered Kingdom. Heavy romantasy, 20-hour book. This one, Mother of Death and Dawn. Heavy fantasy, 22-hour book. Tomorrow, by the Bootstraps, Cowboy Romance, which I do have on Libro and will be listened to at 3 times speed. We'll get through this real quick, I think. And then I have to read Cry Voidbringer and Red City super fast because they're expiring on Libby. And then I'm gonna have to find something lighter. I'm gonna need to, I think. Just change pace. Jean says, I switched to the audio arc Malice by Brooklyn Cross, a dark motorcycle gang. Tell me more. I'm interested. Diverse says, I remember when I first heard of sprints, I was so confused about why people watch them, but now I love them and I do find them super motivating. Yeah. And I will say, like, it does, for me, it definitely depends on who's hosting. Like, I like to be a part of things. I have massive FOMO. I live in the middle of nowhere, so I'm always, like, separated from a lot of things happening where people are. And so, like, I think for me, it does depend on, like, if people are actually engaging with the people around them, which is the part of it that I like. In addition to breaking up time and saying, we're all going to go get some stuff done. I also just like actually like engaging with people. Some sprints are just there to be the timer, and maybe like during my workday that's fine if I want to be boring. But I like when we're hanging out and being all friendly and shit. It just says morning is my only good time with the illnesses, so I've got to take advantage of it. I think that's fair. Martha's, hello, welcome in. I don't know that we've talked before, but hello, and how's it going? Currently making candles and listening to Homesick by Rhiannon Grist and ALC, of course. I have questions because I bought all these candle making supplies. They're down there. And I have like a 10-pound bag of soy wax. And I tried making a candle. And it didn't go great. I have like the candle smells that you put in there. I put in like a lot of the smells. And I do have like some colored mica powder stuff that did not work at all. It did barely color anything. But when I poured it, it seemed okay-ish. But when it burned, the wick burned straight down. Like just a little hole where the wick was. But then also couldn't smell anything. I've only tried the one time, which could be related. And so now I have a whole bunch of candle making supplies that I don't know what to do with. So any advice would be great. Hannah says, the Southern Hemisphere hustle is a way of life. The Southern Hemisphere hustle? It's a lot of... Maybe. I can't relate. Jean says, male main character was accused of rape and he went to prison and it changed him. Oh, in Malice. And accused, meaning he wasn't guilty, because that would matter for me probably, personally, for my trigger warnings. Jamie says, I like sprints with few enough people that the host can chat. The really big ones can be overwhelming, even when I know the host. I would say yes, and... so, fun fact about me, I love hosting events as like in an MC capacity. I have hosted large nationwide touring events where I am on the microphone and the MC, I'm interacting with the crowd, etc. That's a skill to be able to do that with a lot of people and make everybody feel valued and cared about and connected with individually, no matter how many people there are. So I get it, but at the same time, I would say no matter how many people join, my goal is always to make people feel like I do care about their comments and we're not going to like skip over people, etc. So yeah. Also, I love hosting karaoke. Look, if karaoke sprints were a thing, I don't know how we would get people on, or if I'll just sing, I guess, but I love karaoke so much. I love hosting karaoke. My wedding, we didn't do dancing. We went straight from first dance, 5 hours of karaoke. It was perfect. It was so good. No mica powder. Okay. Would that have affected the smell? Literally, it smelled like nothing, and I used so much of the smells. But yeah, I just used like some of that, like it wasn't, I don't know if it was mica powder. It was a candle dyeing powder thing. Probably have it down there. I'd have to dig, but it's probably down there. Silk says, hey, same here, Jamie. Too many people feels like everyone is vying for the host's attention. But again, you all deserve attention. You don't have to vie for it. You just gotta say hi. Jess says, finally sitting down. Going to start my first arc for August. Yay! What is it? Hannah says, I live in Australia, so getting things done in the morning helps. Oh, you are also Australian. Hello. Oh, I'm obsessed with all of your accents. And Australian is the one that I can't do. So I'm a little jealous of that. And Jess says, the chatting and sprints is the best. Pretty much no one in my life reads so much, so no one to talk to. I totally get that. I live in, how do I put this? How do I put this delicately? I live in a rural, conservative, and religious area of my state. It's a real red. reading is not a super high value. There are not a lot of people who like to talk about the mechanics of books and writing and how, etc. So I get this. I like talking about books with people. Jean says, correct. He was innocent, but we are slowly finding out the backstory. And he was okay. He confronted the accuser. I'm good with that then. That sounds great. And yeah, Jess is your Kiwi friend. Martha says, did you follow a candle making tutorial? You need to pour at a certain temperatures, use specific percentage of wax or fragrance, lots of chemistry, but it takes a week for fragrance to fully develop. That is news to me. I may not have the patience for candle making. I might not have the patience for this. No, I did not follow a tutorial. I melted some wax and poured it into a candle. Waving across the ditch. That's funny. Malice is a listen now. Oh, we do like listen nows a lot. And then Hannah says hello back across the ditch. I like that you call it a ditch very much. Just says The Valley of the Three Forks, a western. Read the author before, so I was stoked to find one on NetGalley. That's always kind of exciting when it's like an author that, especially if you feel like not very many people read, that you've read before, and all of a sudden you like see a new book come out and you're like, I know him. It's like in the scene in Elf. Santa's coming to town. I know him. Sylvic says, oh god, same. I read queer and diverse books. My state just passed a law that can jail librarians for giving kids banned material. I have a little free library that I just need to finish painting so that I can install, and I am filling it with diverse books for all ages, because I know that our local schools are subject to our school board, who are not fans of giving kids diverse reading material, and I want kids to have access to things. So, and our thrift stores are like 50% Bibles, 50% Danielle Steele. No shade to Danielle Steele. There's just a lot of books in those thrift stores. A lot of them. So I want people to have other options. And I love the idea of owning a little free library. So my dad made me one. Crochet is fun. Yeah, crochet, easy to get started on. Allie says, I know someone from Australia and learning so many things I didn't know about Australia. Nice. Mary Jean is Malice nonfiction. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds romancy and maybe a little spicy. Martha says, I'm a big fan of starting new crafts, buying all the things, and then finding new crafts. Yeah. I currently have all of the materials. Take a little gander over here. I currently have all of the... Oh! Stay. I currently own all of the materials to make candles, build floral arrangements. We have everything to crochet, knit, sew, leather making. If anyone's a fan of WWE, I did have to make a Mankind mask for myself for a costume. I did a great job. So I have some leather working tools. I have stuff to make balloon arches and structures. I have the materials for... Oh, what is that one? Oh, this one is other fragrance stuff. So this one is like if I wanted to make my own versions of like these thingies, the diffusers. I've got all the supplies for that. I've got some woodworking supplies, a whole bunch of like painting, coloring of all varieties, and wood staining, everything you need for any kind of Cricut, cutting felt, cutting fabric, cutting paper, things, vinyl, all of it. So, what do I use, you might ask? I'm using up my leftover yarn today. So, there's that. Yay. Just says, surely they have better things to do than make laws about books. Look, I know you're from New Zealand, but surely you've heard of America. And actually making laws about this, that's one of the main things that we do. Martha says, gay books for everyone. Hell yeah. Hannah says, hate that so much, Sylvix. I'm a big believer in age-appropriate content rather than banning books because it's important to teach children empathy and letting them know they're not alone. Agree. And also, I think everyone's definitions of appropriate can vary, and some of those definitions are rooted in study and science, and some of those definitions are not. And parents absolutely should get say over what their children read, but they should not get say over what other kids get to read, because that's a choice thing. Jean says the author wrote Raising Cain, which I have heard about that, which was about one of the twins was a serial murderer but falls in love with someone he's stalking. I don't read it. I don't really read a whole lot of dark stuff, y'all. That sounds crazy. That sounds wild. Hannah says, because I'm also a dark sapphic fantasy author, and I wish some of the stories I'm writing were available for me growing up. I love that. I love that. Oh, hold on one second. My husband needs me to call for my dogs. The dogs are snuggling my husband too hard, and trapping him in the bed. Is there a dog? That's a dog. That's a George. So I had to call them so they would get out of his way. But I love this. And I mean, as a person who grew up in a relatively conservative area and a relatively homogenous area, I can say that it definitely would have benefited me earlier to see especially queer stories told. So, all right, some for you. There you go. And would you like some too? There you go. Thank you. Now, you guys can go hang out. Love you. You're very cute. Say hi to the people. Wave your tail for them. All right. Jess says, yep, I want to magic my other friend in Minnesota and have her over here. Have her come over to you? Say more. Martha says, literally using my silhouette to cut my labels now. Your craftiness will come in handy someday. It is. It definitely does. I have the, I can make that gene. And I'm actually very good at replicating things. Like, replicating sounds terrible. I can look at a thing and I can figure out how to make it without using instructions. And I'm crafty. I'm good visually. So I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff. Silk says, absolutely. If I hadn't found out that being queer is okay through a book my librarian recommended, mind you, I wouldn't be here. Freedom to read is so important and it scares them 100%. Doggies. Martha says, that's wonderful that you're writing the books you want to read. Yeah. Jeff says, my phone, magic my friend and their family over here. Go for it. Please do. All right. We are at the end of our comments, so we are going to hop into our next sprint here. We'll see how much further I can get. Hey-o. And yeah, that's what we're going to do. Let's bring it back up where you can see it. That's a prerequisite. And we will get started. All right. Happy sprinting, everybody. See you in 45 minutes. welcome back, everybody. I finished, I finished the square that I was on, started the new square. I'm halfway done. So it's like almost the equivalent of a whole square. I did spend some time on the Instagrams, as one does. I also switched into my comfy sweatshirt because it's so fucking cold in my house. It's real cold. My husband says that we have to keep it this cold. I think have to is a relative term. Anyway. Yeah. So, I got 4 to 5% more read because I spent time on Instagram. I think in the next sprint, if I actually can stay focused, then I can do another 10 maybe. I'm like, if I stay up late tonight, I could finish this book. How late do I want to stay up? Because I would really like to start sprints tomorrow with this one. Would love to be able to start this at the beginning of the sprints. So, yeah, think about it. Oh my gosh, sorry, there's a bunch of sounds. So let's see how y'all did. Allie says, I really feel like it's what the parent feels comfortable with their kid reading, not choices made by a school board, not what the parent wants to make so the reading is closed off with the school board picking it. Yeah, that's what's going on in my town. Hannah is just making a note that they're actually a sapphic romantasy author. You're allowed to promote yourself. And looking for ARC readers. So, hell. Just gonna find, this is Heather's Instagram. If you're interested, go take a peek there. I'm just skipping ahead to make sure that I hit on all of those here. Jess said it's nap roulette time, so Jess, let us know if you're back. Otherwise, might see you tomorrow. We'll see. And Glenda says see you tomorrow, Jess, as well. Shuri hopped off to bed. You're welcome. We'll see you next time. And Glenda says good night and take care as well. Molly is doing her Secret Society read. So as a reminder, Secret Society reads are due in just over 24 hours. So if you haven't yet, make sure you make a poll for in your team chat and Discord. There should also be a polls chat underneath your team chat to make a poll and let people decide what book you read, and then that will be your Secret Society read. Those do need to be submitted by 11:59 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and we will remind you on sprints. Molly is asking for some folks to vote, please. Allie says goodnight to Sherry. And 19% Da Vinci Code. Nice. Fifth of the way in, baby. Hannah started an audiobook and got 7% in. Very nice. And Sadia says, finished my dinner and took a shower. Will now start reading. Oh my gosh. So what I'm hearing is that Sadia is having a relaxing night. Getting some food, taking a nice nighttime shower, which I always feel like are a little more relaxing. And then settling in to read. That sounds great. Demers got to 65%. Hopefully I can lock in with tomorrow's sprints and finish so I can submit for Secret Society. Yay! Purple Elephant says, my toddler took my bookmark out of my book. Oh no. So you gotta do your best to remember. That's devastating. Sylvic says, went to page 336 to 683. I can feel myself starting to space out since I've read so many pages. I may give myself a small break and do something else for part of the next sprint. That's a great idea. Sometimes our brains are just like, hey, not in it. And that's totally fine. I'm considering, after I read this one, if I finish this tonight, which I will have to stay up late to do, late. Let's take a little peek at this newfangled tool we have in Libby now to be able to see. 3 hours, 40 minutes at my current speed. So I figured we'd do 2 more sprints. I'll talk in between. And then we'll be done before midnight. But that's still an hour and a half. And then I'd have 2 more hours of listening. I don't know that I'd be able to do that tonight. So I might have to do that in the morning. But maybe anthology that I have to read this month. Maybe I'll start, like, I'll just, like, read one story in the morning just as a little brain break. I think brain breaks are good. Dimmer just voted for Molly. Jamie got to 22% in Cut Off from Sky and Earth. Definitely not fantasy. More like a Frida McFadden style thriller. Nice. Yeah, Demers says, Silvix, how many pages is your book? You're at 683. You gotta be getting close. Purple Elephant says, read pages 250 to 310 in Road of Bones. Gonna fold laundry and listen to y'all yap. Nice. We might not be yapping for that long because we might be ready to hop into the next sprint. I'm not that tired. It's just when I talk a lot, I have to yawn because I'm using up all my oxygen on talking. Silvix's book is 730. Been working on it since the first. When it's a long book, yeah, absolutely. Like this one. Oh my gosh. So theoretically, I'm on chapter 65. Oh my god, there's a million chapters in this book. Holy shit. Let's see. 65. Let's move my bookmark. I've been reading on my Kindle because this is just too heavy to hold. So I am now that much through, where this side is what I've read already. And it looks, there's so much left. There's a whole romance book left to read. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Jamie says, my mystery anthology is my poll pick winner, so I'll probably focus on it for the rest of the evening. Yeah, so you can get it submitted. What team are you on, Molly? Molly is on Obsidian Order, baby. And Silvix says, I've been unfortunately busy. I can normally finish a big book like this in 4 to 5 days, but life happens. I finished Splintered Kingdom pretty quickly. I did that one exclusively on audiobook. That one I think was also easier to listen to on audiobook quickly because the narrators just talked slower. Whereas this one is just thick. Just thick. I am reading Mother of Death and Dawn by Carissa Broadbent. Here's the indie cover. It is the third in the War of Lost Hearts series. It is epic romantasy. It is very good. I I have so many thoughts on the series. It is like this large. I'll formulate a thought for a minute here. The overarching theme is how war doesn't just destroy the side that loses. That war destroys everything. It's an anti-war rhetoric here, and it talks about how even the people who are the strongest and the heroes lose something and lose themselves when we're going through things like war, whether it be literal actual war fighting or whether it just be any kind of battle. The people who are at the forefront of things are the ones who lose the most. And I read the first book in the series January 2025. I read the second book like April 2025. So I'm finally reading the third. I've been putting it off because I knew that this would be such a heavy book, and because it is dark in the fact that it's not happy. It's not dark as in like there's a lot of taboo things like essay, etc. happening. It's dark in the fact that it really makes you sit with a lot of the negative feelings associated with losing yourself and what losing yourself means, both in a very physical sense and an emotional and mental sense. It plays a lot with memory and how memory defines us and who we are outside of that. It plays a lot with what it means to really be there for someone, to be connected to someone in more than just a relationship sense, but like an actual, like, you're a person I will go to the literal ends of the earth for. I will say several of the twists I did not see coming, and they smacked me in the face with all the heft of this enormous fucking book. Um, right now, this one is sitting probably at like a 4.25, maybe 4.5 for me. Um, and I just you see, am I louder now? My microphone's been further away. Let me know, Gene, if I get louder. Um, the thing is that the first two books had this enormous moments that like hit you, moments that absolutely rocked my entire universe. This book, I'm at 58% and I just haven't hit it yet. So I think I still might, and that might bump it up for me. That's what I'm growing used to. But I love the series. It's heavy to read and it's a lot of emotion, and holy shit, the second book especially, the twist that comes, I didn't see coming, and I sobbed. I'm saying ugly, like ugly crying. I had to set the book down and I loudly wailed. Like I'm talking blubbering loud sobs because I was so distraught in the second book. So they are all this long. Fun fact. They're all this big. Head for scale. They're all this large. This one is 708. I can't look at any of the words in the page. Just look at the little number in the corner. Oh, this one's a little under 700. This hardcover copy, but all the other copies say 708. But I don't know. I think it's worth it. I like the audiobook narration, so I think it's really good. But it's a lot. So Demers says, you're going to finish in a week. That's a decent pace. I feel like that would take me at least 2 weeks. They're big. Allie says, the Da Vinci Code has 105 chapters. I'm on chapter 16, so I still have a bit to go, but so worth the read if you want the edge of your seat fun ride. Absolutely. Hannah says, I really need to try Carissa Broadbent. Is that better series to start or the Crown series? I think for me, War of Lost Hearts is better than Crowns of Nyaxia because Crowns of Nyaxia just feels more contemporary in a writing style, and it feels a little bit faster paced and a little bit, it almost feels like it has a little bit less gravity, if that makes sense. The War of Lost Hearts is a heavy gravitational series, in my opinion, just because the themes that it touches on can hit so much closer to home. It is absolutely in a fantastical universe. There's very little like realism in the world building, etc. But the themes that it deals with are much closer to home. So it just has more gravity to it, more weight to it. And so I'm loving War of Lost Hearts. I've not finished Crowns of Nyaxia in its entirety. I've read the first 3, I think. So I do need to finish the second book and the second duet, and then get going on the third ones eventually. But War of Lost Hearts is my favorite for sure so far. And I seem a little bit quieter, so hopefully I got louder. I have been talking just a little bit quieter, because my husband's sleeping. Jamie says, I have a 700-page arc I'm reading too, Exodus, the Helium Sea by Peter F. Hamilton. I'll get back to it maybe tomorrow. You read so fast, though. Allie says, so far the Da Vinci Code is a 5-star read and really hard to put down. Yay! And good luck for it with that big book, Jamie. Jean says, Latina is considered BIPOC, right? Yes, it is. Black, Indigenous, and other folks of color. So, essentially, ethnicities that can't be white passing. Generally speaking, obviously, no individual person can be a single BIPOC. But Purple Elephant says, I read the first duology in the Crown of Nyaxia series, and it was okay. First book was 5-star, but 2 was meh. I almost felt the opposite, I think. I don't know, I really enjoyed them. Like, I definitely still enjoyed Crowns of Nyaxia a lot, and I did love the first book a lot. I just think that War of Lost Hearts just has me connecting to a lot more, frankly. So, Jean says, I think that book would take me 4 weeks, but for fantasy or romantasy, I need to read it with my eyes and not the audio. I will say, immersive reading for this is absolutely doing more for me. And like I said, once I get toward the end, so once I get into like the big bad battle, I'm in the third book of a trilogy of a huge honkin' trilogy that has a big battle coming. It's a war. It's a war. And so I know there's a big battle coming. I know there's a big bad battle. There's just got to be. Um, when that comes, I will switch back to the physical book. I've been on Kindle just because I'm saving my wrists, but I will come back here because the physical book just gets me in that zone more. And I want to be that. I want to be there. Um, I only liked the first books in the Axia. I almost DNF'd the second book. Y'all, I liked the second book. But to be fair, I just really love Araya and Rain. I love Araya. So, also Crowns of Neaxia, pretty good twists. I also like those. So, um, I I will say like for me, a good twist in a book is one that has the ability to slap me in the face, knowing that I'm a person who, in fantasy and romantasy, because I've read fantasy my whole life, a lot of fantasy for me tends to be relatively formulaic. Um, a lot of fantasy follows um I don't want to say tropes, but follows a familiar path or a familiar cadence. And so if an author manages to really hit me with it, like really great authors will have me thinking that I know what's going on, so they'll have me figuring something out, and then something else will come behind me and just knock me on my feet, and that's the best feeling. I love that. That's when my favorite thing happens. That, mm-hmm, a Forbidden Alchemy did that. Oh my god, so good. Jean says, I got to 78% of your boyfriend needs an exorcism. You're getting so close. And Purple Elephant says, do you feel like the second duology in the Crown of Nyaxia series is worth a read? I haven't wanted to pick it up because I don't feel invested in the FMC story. Um, because you're in her POV now, it's different. Um, they're, to me, it's they're more like separate duologies. Like you do have to read them in order to understand the world building, but they are separate stories with separate people, and you get into different characters, and everything feels different when you're in her POV. And I've only read the first one and the second duology so far. Jean says I've gotten better at spelling extras. All the times that you've posted it lately, I like that. That's funny. All right, we're gonna get into our next sprint. I think we're gonna do 2 more sprints total. So our next yap is we're gonna keep it pretty short so that we can get this done by midnight. But we're gonna do 2 more. So we'll hop into our second to last sprint now. Another 45 minutes. I'm going to try and finish this granny square and maybe one more. I'll try to finish 2. This one's like over halfway done. I'll try to finish 2 granny squares in this sprint and then keep my reading going. So we'll see what y'all do as well, and I will see you in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello. Welcome back from that sprint. I got an entire granny square done. I finished the other one. I'm just tying off this one. And I got to 66%. So we are moving. We're making big moves today through this massive motherfucking book. It's very good. It's just very long. And I want to know all of the things that happen. It's one of those situations where it's like I don't think it should have been edited down further. Like all of these things are vitally important. But I just want them to happen faster. You know, it's just taking a long time. So that's where I got. And why are my dogs barking? Hold on. Okay, we're gonna distract my dogs with wheat thins real quick because they're barking and they need a reason to calm down. Oh, it did a puppy face right there. Okay, one for you. Where's the other puppy? Where's the sister puppy? There we go. Nobody needs to be yelling. Nobody needs to be yelling, right, Maggie? No more yelling. No more yelling, please. Here, puppy girl, come here. Maggie, George, go lay down. To feed them to shush. All right, but yeah, how did y'all do this sprint? We had Tig join us. Hello, hello. How are you? Another Obsidian Order friend. Hello. What are you working on tonight? What are you doing? And I guess will we see bigger question, will we see you on tomorrow's Obsidian Order mega sprints? So those are gonna be fun. But yeah, hi, how are you? Sylvic says, I'm fairly tired. Good night, all things for your sprints. You're welcome. Good night. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Glenda says good night to Sylvix and take care. And also hello to T. Parker, hello. A late night sprint for once. Late-ish. Because I turn into a little bit of a pumpkin. And here's the thing. Some nights I do indeed stay up late. Last Saturday, I was up until 3 a.m. I went to bed at 3 a.m. That was a poor choice for me personally because I needed to not be up until 3 a.m. But sometimes I can do it. Most of the time I can't. So, we're doing our best. We'll do one more sprint tonight, and then tomorrow night will be mega sprints with me and Atya. And Atya's channel will be sprinting until what time will that be? Until 3 a.m. Eastern. So that tomorrow night will be late night for sure. And you have a little purple cow. It's so cute. I love the cow. Sadie says 52%. Very nice. Good job. And Allie got to 23% Da Vinci Code, page 207. Amazing. Amazing. And yeah, I mean, you said 900 pages, and for 23% to be page 207, that does feel lengthy. Oh my gosh. Doris got to 71%. Amazing. Yay. I feel that nice. And hello to puppies. Yay, puppies. Parker says, I've been staying up too late reading. Me too, especially because I'm like, I really just feel like I have to get through. I want to do right by my team. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm hosting a team, I feel like I want to set a good example, I guess. Like, I want y'all to know that your team, one of your co-hosts is like, both of us are. I'm saying I want you to feel like your co-hosts are leading by example. So I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna read so much, which means I'm pushing myself to read quite a lot. And for this to be my second 20-hour audiobook of the month, and to be 66% through, so I've read 1 2/3 of 20-hour audiobooks. There you go. It feels like a lot. It feels insane. Especially because I did read those little books in between. I've read 3 little books. Like, I'm talking real little. 50 pages or less. A children's book, an essay, and a graphic novel. So, I don't know, but let's see. 1 2/3, 20. 1 2/3 times 20 hours. So I have listened to, in the 6 days of August, roughly, what is that? 33 hours of audiobooks so far. Feels nuts, man. Feels crazy. Glenda says hello to Parker, and Allie says, I have work on Saturday, so I will go to bed at a reasonable hour, so sadly he's not staying up till 3 a.m. Saturday, retail job. Fair, but the sprints start at wait. The sprints start at 4 Eastern p.m., and they go for 10 hours. What time are they ending at, then? I can do this. I can do this math in my head. They're ending at 2 Eastern, 2 a.m. Eastern. They're going 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. tomorrow night. So they'll be starting earlier. There's 10 hours of them, so you can also hang out on early bird-ish sprints with me because I go to bed earlier. That's absolutely an option. You don't have to stay up all the entire time. We're sprinting for a longer time to give more people the opportunity to join. That's our goal. Ati and I just never get to sprint together very often. We're very excited. I love Atia's sprints. And I love when Atia joins my sprints. And so we're just really excited to sprint together. And we're gonna have to coordinate on which puzzles we're doing. Because we're definitely gonna be doing puzzles throughout the whole time. So I'm actually kind of jazzed about that because I do love doing the puzzles. So yeah. With that, I think we're gonna head straight into our last sprint. Because it is 10:58 p.m. Have I not had a banner going on the bottom this whole time? Crazy. It's 10:58 p.m. So one more sprint, one more chatty bit, and then bedtime at midnight for me. So we're gonna head into our last 45 minutes. I have really liked the 45-minute speed for this sprint, so we might do that tomorrow too. Allie says, I will do as long as I can. I will do as long as I can. So excited to get as much reading in as possible. Yay. Same. I'm hoping that I have this book finished before sprints start tomorrow. So then I can go ahead and start sprints off with this one. Or maybe I should wait until Atia joins. I'll talk to her about it. We'll see what we're going to do. But we're going to start our last sprint. So we're going to do 45 minutes. And I will see y'all right at the end. Happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. That one, the end of that one took me by surprise because I'm in the middle of a chapter. I finished almost 2 granny squares, and we're now at 75%. Got 9 more percent read, which is like almost 100 pages. Again, we are listening to the audiobook at 1.7, no, my God, 2.75 times speed. So we are cruising through. I have 5 hours of the audiobook left, and if I were to continue at this pace, it'll take me only 2 hours to finish. So I'm like, do I stay up for 2 more hours and get this finished? Like, what do I do? I'm torn because I'm like, oh, I could have this finished tonight. It would mean staying up later. If I look at my work schedule for tomorrow, I don't have any meetings in the morning. So maybe I do just stay up late. Well, and also here's the thing. If I stay up late tonight and sleep in a little tomorrow morning, like I could probably sleep in realistically till like 9:15. So I would stay up till 2 tonight to read. Then sleep till like 9. So 7-ish hours of sleep. But theoretically, that would also put me in a spot where I could stay up a little bit later tomorrow for Atya's half of the sprints. So I've got options, basically. But 75% in, and they're, at first, what I've been a little bit worried about for this book is that there wasn't like anything left to surprise me. Now, I'm starting to suspect that there is another big twist coming, but the problem is that I think I might know what it is. And I don't like that I think I might know what it is. My brain works too hard. My brain likes to think about things too much. And because the book is longer, I have more time to think about it, you know? So I'm like, oh, I wish I didn't have so much time to think about this. I wish it would just slap me in the face. So I'm still really, really liking it, and I have to know how this ends. It's like there's definitely a battle, but is it a battle with a twist kind of thing, you know? So, let's see how y'all did for this last sprint. Allie got to 28% in the Da Vinci Code. Let's go. 250 pages for a sprint is great. Great job. Demers got to 78% and confident you can finish tomorrow. Nice. And yeah, tomorrow I literally have one super teeny meeting, one giant meeting, and then another super teeny meeting. And like work in between. Allie says, great progress for me tonight. Got from 7% to 28%. Yeah, you killed it. Jean got to 91% for exorcism. Hell yeah, you're so close, Jean. You're so close. You could maybe finish that tonight. Hannah says, went back and pushed into my Secret Society book to get it read by the deadline. Yay. We will be updating people throughout sprints tomorrow so that everyone's aware of deadlines. Demer says, that seems doable. I think so. I think I might stay up. Allie says, because when I started at the first sprint, I was a 7%. Okay. Jamie says, I got to 26% in my mystery anthology. Yay! And is it great? Let me know. Jess says, I'm awake again mostly. Well, we're about to go to bed. I mean, I'm not going to bed. Despite the yawn. Once I get back into this, I'm gonna be in it. Not going to bed, but we're getting off sprints. Just in time. And yeah, staying up late to read can be satisfying and good for the soul. Thank you. I needed that validation. Jean got submitted for these sprints. Yes, don't forget to submit every time you join a sprint. The first time you comment, just go ahead and submit. I should submit as well. I should do that too. Let's wake my keyboard up and let's make sure I'll do it too. We'll do it together. I do wish that this thing would just recognize my email, etc. now because it's so long. gmail.com. What is my name? It's Allie's annotation. Ooh, spell my name wrong. I'm on Team Obsidian Order, and this is for sprint bonus. Yeah. Did I join a sprint? Hell yeah, I did. I mean, join is a questionable term, but did I watch a video? Not this time. And submit. Cool. That easy. Super fast. Everyone can do it. Um, just got through 12%. Nice. Glenda says, thank you. You're welcome. I can't wait to see you all with Atia tomorrow. I'm so excited. Jean says, I don't know if I submitted for Atia's TBR. I didn't submit for yours, but I know I did for Katie's. The forum should be emailing you confirmation. So you can go back through your email and see what you've already submitted. I have had to do this multiple times so far because I keep forgetting what I'm doing. So, yeah, it should definitely show you. Speaking, I'm like, oh, am I getting my emails? I am. I literally set up like a special folder for them too, just to make sure that I know where they're all going. So, also, here's a little fun factoid. I'm gonna be in a magazine. Let's not get too excited. I'm gonna be featured in. Hold on, let me find the exact name of it because it's too funny. Wood Flooring Business Magazine. Very exciting stuff. Because my wedding, it's about my wedding. My wedding will be featured. So, yeah, I just got my draft back for this so that I can review it and confirm that all the details are correct. So, yeah. Allie says, thank you. You're welcome. Wood flooring, yes. So Wood Floor Business Magazine, which I assume is a magazine for people in wood flooring. They reached out because my husband's wedding ring is made out of floorboard from the Minnesota Timberwolves home court during a playoff game. Like after the playoffs in 2023, I got a piece of floorboard from the Timberwolves home court and I had his ring made out of it because he's a huge Timberwolves fan. So, yeah, it was just they reached out because there have been articles written in the past, and they were like, "Can we run an article?" And I'm like, "Sure, absolutely." Jamie says this anthology is more of a solid 4 stars, not as good as the one I finished earlier tonight. That was a solid 5. All right. Dimmer says, thanks for Spence. Husband's ring. Yes. I remembered you saying something about his flooring in his ring. Yes. It is really cool. Yeah. It is, his whole ring is wood. There is an inlay of gold around the outside, like a really, really thin band, but the entire ring is made of wood. It's a company called Rustic in Maine does it, makes wooden rings. And I thought it'd be a really cool idea because I wanted them to have something that felt more unique to him. He's not like a jewelry dude. He doesn't even like wearing rings. And I was like, well, let's do something that would be like, feel like you then. And it was a surprise for him on our wedding day. City got to 58%. Yay, over halfway. Nice job. We've done a lot of really good reading this sprint. I am very happy, not only with my own progress, but y'all have absolutely killed it too. Don't forget to log your progress on whatever reading platform you use, because sometimes I forget to log my progress on the day, and then I get kind of mad at myself because I'm like, oh, now my pages aren't accurate. So if you're that kind of person, go log your shit. Make sure you log your sprints. And then, yes, we're going to say goodnight. I'm going to go finish my book. I'm going to go stay up late and try to finish it. If I fall asleep, then I fall asleep. But yeah, we will see you all tomorrow in a certain number of hours. 13, nope, 15 hours. I'll see you in 15 hours for mega sprints. And I'm so excited to see you there. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. And I hope you all have a really good night. And then see you tomorrow.